In this video, for guide realm, but yours will say whatever your current page.
Excuse me, pero wala daw tayong Gen Mat for today.
Okay, thank you.
5, ろ
Hi, it's
是。
ここは
Oh, what up, dame, dame.
家から入れ。
ちょっと。
座れ。
Babawi.
倉庫や。古いソファーやらそこら中積まれとる。うろうろしたら怪我すんで。
Oh, welcome. 그렇지.
何があったんです？なんで私がこんな。
そりゃこっちのセリフや。ヤクザ連中が名指しでお前狙おうとる。心は
You been sent to my.
ったらないわけないやろ。
そんなこと言われても。
牧村誠という名前はテレクラの女どもによう知られとる。そいつはコウモリの入れ墨の男を探しとるらしい。その牧村誠はお前なんか、それとも名前語っとった店長の方か。
それは
お前なんか、せやったらそれがヤクザに追われとる理由か。
知りません。私は何も。あなたは誰なんですか？
あ、俺か。
heart of Dubai.
All fans are weirdly fascinated by two things, length and girth.
And he seemed a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage.
Big pause, but it's true, because those attributes matter on the court. When Victor Wembanyama burst onto the scene, fans were salivating about how long and tall he was. And at 7'4", he became the tallest player in the NBA. The same thing happened with Kenneth Lofton Jr. At 6'6", 300 pounds, he became the heaviest player in the NBA. And in the 2021 Under-19s World Cup, we got to see what happens when the longest and girthiest go head-to-head in a final. This was one of the most highly anticipated matchups in youth basketball, not because of Kenneth Lofton, but because you had the best prospect in America versus the best prospect in the world. And although this game marked the beginning of the Chet and Wemby rivalry, this game was all about Kenneth Lofton Jr. The 7'2" Chet Holmgren had no answer for the French prodigy, so at halftime, Team USA made an adjustment. Instead of matching length with length, they put the 6'6" unranked guard on Wembanyama, and the best defensive prospect in basketball history had never experienced that kind of size before.
Miles opet za loptu protiv Wembanyame.
Time, backing down Wembanyama and pounding his way to the rim, and in a game that was decided by just 2 points, he was the difference maker with 15 of his 16 points coming in the second half. Lofton Jr. led his country to a gold medal, but his performance wasn't a one-off. He was arguably USA's best player in the tournament and led the team that Lofton Jr. was the real MVP and deserved the award, and it was from this moment onwards people started to take Kenneth Lofton serious. Despite his high school dominance, he was always slept on because of his size. Scouts were skeptical about his potential and didn't think that his style of just overpowering to do so since Paul Millsap. He played so well this season that he won the Freshman of the Year award, and his sophomore year and he did exactly what he did to Wemby to Chet in this game.
Play, you come out, you execute it well, there's that bully ball. Lofton has decided.
That opportunity, also a great passer, rebounder, shot blocker, and a 7-5 game early.
Lofton inside, let's see if he can knock down a three.
Pulled the trigger downtown, and look at the swagger coming from the big fella. Or Zaire Williams, Xavier Tillman Sr., Jake Laravia.
Wow, what a deep one there.
Wow.
Lofton finished with 19 points and 6 rebounds. Then again a few weeks later in Las Vegas, he had his best game yet. Kenneth Lofton had a 27-point double-double with 12 rebounds in a win over the Spurs. He'd averaged 15.2 points and 7.2 rebounds per game in Summer League, and these performances earned him a two-way contract with the Grizzlies, where he would play back and forth in the NBA and G League. Despite making his NBA debut early in the season against the Mavericks, Lofton Jr. would have to earn his stripes in the G. That didn't take him very long though, because Lofton Jr. was the most dominant player in the G League. Playing with the Memphis Hustle, he averaged 25.1 points, 9.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and shot 55% from the field. He had some incredible performances: a triple-double against the Birmingham Squadron, 31 points and 12 rebounds, and then 33 points and 15 rebounds in back-to-back games against the Bluecoats, and against the best team in the G League that were on a 9-game win streak. Lofton Jr. went off for a career-high 33 points, had 16 rebounds, and made the game-winning play.
King on the drive.
Kenneth Lofton Jr. had earned his respect. He was named to the G League's All-Star Game, was first team All-G League, and won the G League Rookie of the Year award. The Grizzlies had seen enough, and in April 2023 decided to convert his two-way contract into a multi-year guaranteed NBA contract. The very next day, Lofton Jr. would have his big moment, his first start ever in the NBA, and what he did in this game was historic and had never been done before.
9.7 assists. Nice spin move by Rodney, but the bank not open. Offensive rebound,
牧村誠を殺せとだけ言ってんだ。目に見えた知らされないけど、お前を狙ってたのは俺だけやな。お前って何者なんや。コウモリの入れ墨いうのは何や。なんでそいつを探っとった。いや、
リさんはリさんに合わせた。
あの店長はお前さらいに来てヤクザに撃たれた。
でもさっきはすぐ会えるって。
安心せえ。あの男何者かわからんが、撃たれる時ちゃんと急所外しとった。あの出血ならしな。
本当に
用が済んだらあの男に会わしたる。けどその前に知ってることを洗いざらい話してもらうで。牧村誠。
When Steven Adams went down with injury right before the playoffs, this seemed like Lofton Jr.'s moment to make his mark in the highest stakes of basketball. Fans were left disappointed when he barely played at all during the 2023 NBA playoffs, as the Grizzlies lost to the Lakers in the first round. Lofton Jr. returned to Vegas for Summer League, averaged an impressive 18.3 points, 6.5 rebounds, and even shot 46% from three-point range. He was developing and getting better, but early in the following NBA season, the Grizzlies were forced to make a difficult decision. Ja Morant was returning from his 25-game suspension and they needed to clear a roster spot. Ultimately, they decided that Lofton Jr. as a back-to-basket isolation scorer didn't fit the fast-paced playstyle they wanted to play with Ja returning. Because playing this way, Lofton Jr.'s strengths as a player were never going to be a point of emphasis. So he was waived by the team and became a free agent. Over the course of last season, Lofton Jr. briefly played with the Sixers and Utah Jazz, though he played just 6 games with both teams, spending almost the entire season in the G League. Once again, Kenneth Lofton was playing out of his mind. He averaged 25 points, 9.5 rebounds, 4.3 assists and shot 55% from the field, 65% on 2-pointers, and a career-best 33% from 3-point range. He set his career high with 43 points along with 9 rebounds and 3 blocks. And then in Salt Lake City, he did himself one better.
山形だ。朝。
オデッセイでもほとんど使わん物置や。あんなんであんたに貸し作れんなら安いもん。女閉じ込めるために部屋か。
女のことは多分
大胆な男やな。
このことがある筋に知れたら俺はこの町におれんよな。グランドとオデッセイっちゅう店が張り合うてこその蒼天ボルや。どっちかの店だけになれば町自体の客足どんだけ減るやろ。野球と一緒や。一強だけのリーグ戦で客は呼べ。
なるほど。さすわかった。あんたの秘密の趣味は。ああ、せや。真島藩。あんたキャバクラには。
キャバクラ？ああ、最近増えてきた。
せや。キャバレーのように時間制のお会計で。
まだ行ったことない。
ほな一度行ってみたらええ。蒼天堀の夜の。
そこまで言うんやったら、あんたもキャバクラやったら。
もうやったわ。
なんや？
ま、いっぺん見てきたらええ。キャバクラを制す者。ちーと喋りず。
But after being with the team in preseason and training camp, Lofton Jr. failed to make the final roster and was waived for the 4th time in under 2 years in the NBA. Going into the 2024-25 season, Lofton Jr. Jr. found himself in a sticky situation. He was too good to play in the G League, that was abundantly clear, so returning for another year to dominate again just didn't make any sense, because at this point it seemed like no matter what he did in the G League, it wasn't going to guarantee him a secure roster spot in the NBA. So instead of becoming the next G League legend that never makes it, Lofton Jr. made the decision to go overseas, and he signed with the Shanghai Sharks in China's CBA League. This seemed like a great move. He'd get to play alongside former NBA starter Eric Bledsoe in a league that has been kind to former NBA players. For those that don't know, the CBA is a very popular destination for players who haven't quite given up on the NBA. Unlike in Europe where you go to fit in, it allows you to stand out. Jimmer Fredette put up Wilt Chamberlain numbers over there, and after going off for 75 points in a single game, got a chance with the Suns. Guys like Michael Beasley, Aaron Brooks, Lance Stevenson are all guys that have gone to China and received an NBA opportunity afterwards. But things haven't worked out so well for Lofton Jr. in China. The Shanghai Sharks, who are supposed to be the biggest club in the country, are actually having one of their worst seasons. They have a 1-11 record to start the season and sit in last place in the league standings. So far, Kenneth Lofton has played just 3 games. He's averaging 17.7 points, 12.7 rebounds, 4.3 assists, but is shooting 39% from the field, the lowest of his career so far. Although I wouldn't panic too much, this is a rare spot for the Shanghai Sharks, and I do think they'll make some moves to get better and Lofton Jr. will start to dominate, and maybe that will result to another chance in the NBA further down the line, because people forget that Kenneth Lofton is still very young. He's only 22 years old, and throughout his career, while being undrafted in high school, undrafted in the NBA, he has always bounced back from setbacks and exceeded expectations. But I think right now he's shaping up to be another case study of a great basketball player that was He's 6'6", 300 pounds, a tenacious rebounder and unstoppable scorer in the post. Who does that remind you of? Charles Barkley, who like Lofton was heavy, undersized, but that didn't stop him from winning MVP in 1993 and having a long, dominant NBA career. That profile of player is extinct in today's NBA. The game is played fast-paced, on the perimeter, chucking up threes, and teams just don't have a place for post scorers anymore because analytic guys think they slow the game down. It's problematic because if you want Kenneth Lofton to be at his best, you need to give him touches. Clear out, let him ISO, go one-on-one with the taller defender and bully his way inside. It's been proven that nobody can stop him from doing that, but NBA teams don't want to do that. Kenneth Lofton is obviously a great basketball player. You don't score 42 points in an NBA game at 21 years old if you can't play. He's proven he can be dominant. He's given buckets to guys like Wemby and Chet who are considered generational defenders. Another problem is because he's both overweight and undersized at the same time, NBA teams have had a tough time figuring out what his best position is. They say he's too big to be a guard and too short to be a forward. Well, what are you supposed to do with that? Of course there are things he could work on and get better at. Defensively, he has limitations. While he's more agile and coordinated than he looks, he's too short to protect the rim and not quick enough to stay in front of the fastest guards in the world on the perimeter. And while he's capable of knocking down shots, he's not a consistent threat from the outside either. He isn't a reliable floor spacer that you can trust to knock down open shots. And I think the lack of progress during his time in the NBA in those two particular areas are one of the reasons that teams have given up on him. He's never gonna be a number one option that is heavily featured within an offense, and it's hard for coaches to find a role for him that allows him to be effective without changing the entire way they play. Coaches nowadays want their team to have an identity, to play a certain way, and they aren't trying to cater their play style to role players. And as for Kenneth Lofton, there really isn't a solution. People say he should lose weight and slim down, but his size is his biggest strength. If he was to lose 50 pounds and drop down to 250, he'd lose his identity as a player and what makes him special. I don't believe for 1 second there are 450 players in the NBA better than Kenneth Lofton Jr. And he's not the only one. There are guys all over the world that in terms of individual talent are good enough and better than guys in the NBA, but their style of play just doesn't fit the mold. Everybody knows about Giannis Antetokounmpo, actually all accomplished in basketball. happened to them? You'll be surprised to find out what they have actually all accomplished in basketball. Starting off with Thanasis Antetokounmpo. Now, Thanasis is considered a meme in the NBA world because playing alongside Giannis in Milwaukee, he became the face of nepotism. People say he was the worst player in the league and only on the Bucks because of his brother.
Hey, that guy got better job security than a Supreme Court justice.
But what they don't realize is Thanasis is actually a respectable pro. He started out playing alongside his brother in his home country of Greece, where together the two Antetokounmpo brothers made a name for themselves as the most exciting young prospects in the country. Thanasis was drafted by the Knicks back in 2014, and that was long before Giannis became MVP or anything like that. He was a legitimate pro prospect for a lot of the same reasons Giannis was: his length, versatility, and out of this world athleticism. While Thanasis only played 2 games with the Knicks in 2015, he did make an impact in the G League. He was a top defensive prospect who made 2 All-G League defensive teams during his 2 years in Westchester, and he actually put up some impressive numbers, averaging 13.9 points, 6.2 rebounds, 1.7 assists, 1.7 steals, and 1.7 blocks. In 2017, after failing to break through into the Knicks rotation, Thanasis went overseas and joined Andorra in Spain's Liga ACB, which is considered the best domestic league outside the NBA. Thanasis helped his club qualify for the ACB playoffs for the first time in 22 years. They lost to Real Madrid, the most successful EuroLeague club, and Thanasis averaged an impressive 12.7 points and 4.7 rebounds in these playoffs, and he was voted the most spectacular player of the year by a credible Spanish magazine. In summer 2017, Thanasis was called up to represent the Greek national team at Eurobasket, teaming up with European legends like Nick Kalafis, Kostas Lukas, Papa Nikolaou, and Zingis Bogdanovic. This tournament was stacked with NBA players: the Gasols, Porzingis, Bogdanovic. This tournament was 1.6 rebounds, but they lost to Slovenia in the tournament led by a 17-year-old Luka Doncic. These performances for club and country earned Thanasis a move to Panathinaikos, the 7-time champions of Europe and arguably, depending on who you ask, the biggest club in Greece. Playing for one of the best teams in the continent, Thanasis was a standout player. In 2 years he made 2 All-Star games, winning MVP both times, was most spectacular player twice, and won 2 Greek league titles and a Greek Cup. He was called up to represent Greece again at the 2019 FIBA World Cup, where he teamed up alongside his brother for the first time since his early days in Greece. And after another solid contribution, averaging 6 points and 1.4 rebounds, showcasing great chemistry alongside his brother, this is when he got his move to Milwaukee. Now, did nepotism play a huge factor? Obviously. Giannis being the franchise player helped his case, only a fool would deny that. But at that period of time, Thanasis had proven that he could compete with top level guys both in Europe and at international level. He had a respectable CV, and obviously being younger back then, still had a ton of potential by NBA standards. Thanasis played 5 years in Milwaukee, and regardless of what anyone says, it worked out, because after signing his brother, over the next 3 years, Giannis went on to win back-to-back MVPs, and then the NBA championship, winning finals MVP and Milwaukee's first title in almost 50 years. Thanasis played 198 games with the Bucks, starting 11 times. He averaged 2.4 points, 1.6 rebounds, and shot 51% from the field, which might be underwhelming statistically, but he brought value in other areas. His role was to be a locker room and energy guy. He did that, and he had his moments in the NBA too. In 2021, for one game he looked like his brother, recording a career-high 27 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists and a block in a win over the Cavs. He also had several highlight moments throughout his career. Let's watch some of them this NBA season, but it's a very real possibility that Thanasis' NBA career is over. There is a possibility that he returns overseas, maybe rejoins Panathinaikos. There he would get is a very interesting one. Because he's a few years younger than Giannis, by the time he burst onto the scene, his brother was already a star. So unlike Thanasis, he faced the pressure growing up of having to deal with the next Giannis comparisons. Kostas was a very intriguing prospect for many of the same reasons at Dominican high school and was All-American or anything like that, but his brother wouldn't have been either, and D1 colleges were very interested in having a literal Giannis-like template clone that they can develop from scratch. Kostas chose to attend Dayton College, and after redshirting his first year of college basketball, he finally debuted in the 2017-18 season. Kostas averaged 15 minutes he declared for the draft he could be something special. NBA teams were definitely interested, and were more than willing to take a chance on him in the second round of the 2018 draft. This was around the time Giannis had become an NBA superstar, his name called, but his moment finally came, as with the final pick in the 2018 NBA draft, he was selected by the Philadelphia 76ers, though right away he was traded to the Dallas Mavericks, who walked away from that draft with Luka Doncic, Jalen Brunson and an Antetokounmpo brother. Not too bad. In hindsight though, Kostas probably would have been better off staying in college for a few more years, because he wasn't ready to play in the NBA at the age he was drafted. Luka Doncic, being as good as he was so quickly, accelerated the Mavs rebuild, and all of a sudden there was a sense of urgency to win and compete now, which was prioritized over the development of a young prospect like Kostas, who may have benefited from some tanking seasons. He played just 2 games with the Mavericks as a rookie, a total of 11 minutes, and never scored a single field goal. He did show some promise in the G League though with the Texas Legends. In 40 games, Kostas started 25 times, played an average of 25 minutes per game, and averaged 10.6 points. Kostas was waived by the team, but he wasn't without a team for long, as he was picked up by the Los Angeles Lakers that summer. Now at the time, many people questioned the legitimacy of this pickup, and speculated that it might have been part of the Lakers' recruitment pitch to try and sign Giannis in free agency. Kostas spent 2 years in LA. In his first season on a 2-way contract, he only played 5 NBA games, averaged 1.4 points, 0.6 rebounds and 0.4 assists. He actually never missed a single shot. He went 3 of 3 in the 20 minutes he played, and the next season Kostas got a bit more playing time, but while he played 15 games, it was still only a total of 56 minutes, which amounts to 1 full NBA game plus overtime. His production was disappointing statistically, but you have to remember, if you're coming in garbage time last 30 seconds of blowouts, and that's really the only time you get in the game, your statistical numbers really don't mean anything at all. Funnily enough though, because he was on the roster, Kostas Antetokounmpo actually won an NBA championship, becoming the first Antetokounmpo brother to win an NBA title, so the fact that he's an NBA champion is an incredible accomplishment regardless of whatever role he had. During the 2020-21 season, when Giannis signed a long-term deal with the Bucks, Kostas was waived by the Lakers and never played an NBA game again afterwards. Make of that what you will. But since then, Kostas hasn't just thrown in the towel and leached off his brother. He's carved out a nice career for himself. Kostas' performances in the G League, especially in South Bay, were some of the best basketball he's played in his career. After becoming a starter and averaging a career best 14.1 points, 5.7 rebounds, 1.6 assists, 1.3 blocks in games, averaging around briefly played in the G League again with Windy City, but was cut after just a few months without playing a single NBA game in Chicago, and this likely was the end of his NBA career. Not too long after, towards the end of the 2022-23 season, he returned to Europe, joining Turkish giants Fenerbahce. Kostas didn't play much there, 14 games, under 10 minutes a night, and after averaging the most underwhelming numbers of his EuroLeague career, both parties decided to go their separate ways. Where things really get interesting for Kostas is summer 2023, when he followed in his brother's footsteps, not Giannis but
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? They
and joined Panathinaikos, the club which helped revive Thanasis' career when he was around the same age as Kostas was when he signed. Now at the time, record in EuroLeague. Going into the new season, they brought in the legendary head coach Elgin Ataman. He had a plan and a role for Kostas in mind. He featured regularly that season, playing in 24 EuroLeague games, logging around 10 minutes a night, and although it isn't reflected in his stats, Kostas became an important piece, especially for his defense, and Panathinaikos shocked everyone as they made it to the Final Four of EuroLeague and defeated the champions Real Madrid in the final. Kostas Antetokounmpo was a part of the rotation. He played in the championship game, and by winning the title, he became one of the few players in basketball history to win both an NBA and EuroLeague championship. If you want to find out who else is on that short list, check out this video on the channel by rivals Olympiacos in a crazy final. He was an all-star his first year, that will really surprise you. That same season, Kostas also won the Greek League title, helping PAO defeat rivals Olympiacos in a crazy final. He was an all-star his first year back in Greece, and this year Kostas is a part of an even more stacked Panathinaikos team that's hoping to go back-to-back and defend their European title. Kostas has become an important player for arguably the best team outside of the having won championships all over the world in some of the best leagues in the world. And lastly, we have the youngest Antetokounmpo brother, and that's Alex. He was born in Athens but moved to Wisconsin at 9 years old, and because of this, he exclusively grew up playing basketball in the US. And we got to follow Alex's entire journey through social media. He was in the public eye from very young, his videos were posted all over the internet, and the hype got real when his brother Giannis described him as the best shooter in the family. Alex played high school basketball at Dominican High School just like Kostas, and his improvement over those 4 years was very impressive. His freshman year he averaged just 2.9 points per game, but after a lot of hard work and a crazy growth spurt, Alex was considered a 3-star recruit, and as a senior he averaged 20 points and 7 rebounds per game and was a 2-time All-State selection. Alex Antetokounmpo received a lot of D1 offers. He could have gone to Ohio, DePaul, Green Bay, but he chose to take a different path than Kostas and shocked the basketball world by becoming the next young prospect to bypass college and play overseas, a trend that at the time was popularized by the likes of LaMelo Ball, RJ Hampton and many others. Alex Antetokounmpo signed with Liga ACB club Murcia. He jumped right in the deep end, playing in the world's second best domestic basketball league. At first, Alex played in the reserve league, but not for long because he dominated, with 28.6 rebounds on 6 of 9 shooting from 3-point range in his debut. Despite impressing during his time in Spain though, Alex went undrafted in 2021. Now this could have happened for a multitude of reasons. Perhaps with him being the 4th Antetokounmpo brother, with Kostas and Thanasis not kicking on the way their brother did, teams might not have been as excited by the prospect of developing another Antetokounmpo brother and started seeing Giannis as more of an outlier. But one team did take a chance on him, and that was the Sacramento Kings, who Alex joined for NBA Summer League in 2021. He played 3 games in Vegas and was actually a part of the championship winning team, so the Summer League title is another championship we can add to the Antetokounmpo brothers' illustrious CV in basketball. Following his performances in Vegas, one NBA team took a chance on Alex, the Toronto Raptors. Known for having arguably the best development program in the NBA, they wanted their chance to see what they could do with the Antetokounmpo genetics. Alex trained with the Raptors, was assigned to the 905 G League team, and in one season he featured regularly in a bench role, playing 15 times and logging around 7 minutes a night. That season he averaged 2.6 points and 1.3 rebounds per game. At the end of the season he left Toronto and made history, as he signed with the Milwaukee Bucks on a 1-year non-guaranteed contract. And with this signing, seeing as Giannis and Thanasis were already on the team, they became the first 3 brothers to ever play on the same team in NBA history. Alex never actually played an NBA game in Milwaukee. He was assigned to the Wisconsin Herd in the G League, where he was featured a lot more than he was in Toronto. Alex played 32 games, starting 7 times during the 2022-23 G League season, and in around 23 minutes a night he averaged 5.8 points and 3.1 rebounds per game. The following season though, his development stagnated, at least statistically anyway. His numbers were almost identical, and after 3 years of G League basketball, instead of chasing the NBA, Alex decided to follow in the path of Kostas and Thanasis and headed back to Europe to pursue a pro career. I guess you could say the highlight of his time in the States came at All-Star Weekend when the Antetokounmpo brothers teamed up, which was a historic moment for the family. In February 2024, after leaving Wisconsin, Alex spent the remainder of the season playing in Lithuania's LKL League, the same pro basketball league that the Ball brothers played back in 2018. But joining so late in the season, he didn't get much playing time. He then briefly joined a club in Montenegro before leaving and returning home to Greece, signing with PAOK in the Greek Basketball League. Now, outside of Panathinaikos and Olympiacos, PAOK are possibly the 3rd biggest club in Greece, and are known for having a die-hard fan base. As for Alex in the Greek League, it's too soon to evaluate his stats or numbers, having only joined the team a few weeks ago. And somebody who's very tapped into the social media world. He's collaborated with the likes of Jess, Last summer, the EuroLeague had one of the craziest transfer windows ever, with high-profile NBA players coming to EuroLeague, such as Kemba Walker, Willie Hernangomez and Kendrick Nunn. Some of these signings were disasters, while others were a major success. And now this summer we have seen a record number of NBA players join EuroLeague, so let's talk about them all in this video. Starting off with the EuroLeague team with the biggest chip on their shoulder this season, and that's Olympiacos. After their third consecutive exit in the Final Four and having to watch their eternal rivals become European champions, Olympiacos are hungrier than ever to win the EuroLeague again. It's been over a decade dating back to 2013 since they last won it, and they made some massive moves this offseason to try and get better. They made the biggest signing of the summer, paying $20 million to bring EuroLeague MVP Sasha Vezenkov back to the team, who left last season to join the Sacramento Kings. But we've already talked about Vezenkov, his rookie year and crazy story in this full video right here. So let's not waste time repeating ourselves. Click the card at the top right of your screen if you want to learn more about Sasha. But bringing home Europe's best player wasn't the only major signing from the Greek Giants, because they signed NBA veteran Evan Fournier too, who returns to his home continent after 12 years and more than 700 games in the NBA. As a young prospect in the French League, Fournier won both Rookie of the Year and Most Improved Player back-to-back seasons and made the French League All-Star team. These performances got him selected in the first round of the 2012 NBA draft by the Denver Nuggets. But where Fournier really made himself in the NBA was in Orlando with the Magic. There he became one of the best non-All-Stars in the NBA. He averaged 62 points over 7 seasons. Those were definitely his peak years in the NBA, and at one point he was considered a guy on a bad team that could really help a contender, and that's why the Celtics traded for him in 2021, giving up Jeff and 2 second-round picks to get him. But Fournier didn't last very long in Boston, and he was acquired by the Knicks in a sign-in trade. He made the Celtics pay for giving up on him too soon. Not only did he tie his career high with 32 points in a double overtime win against them, but he gave up another career high against the Celtics with 41 points in another close victory. Fournier had 10 threes in that game, which surpassed the Knicks record for most three-pointers made in a season. Not long after that, his NBA career faded into obscurity. 理由なんてあらへん。生きとんのやろ。お前、まだいっぺんも人殺したことないな。顔見りゃわかるんやで。一線超えんで踏ん張っとるっちゅうとこや。人殺せん男がなんで殺し屋なんかやっとるんや。顔見ただけで何がわかるっちゅう。オンドレみたいなアマちゃんが生きったところで誰もビビらんでいい。わしにはわかるんや。なんでも。それ論や。悪いな。誠は怪我しとらんのやろな。女無事や。安心せえ。下手打った殺し屋が雇い主に殺され言うとくけどな。俺以外にもあの女狙ってた連中それ奴らはそんなもん女が狙われとんのがお前らがこうさあどうやろな。
リサ、大丈夫だったか？応援かき集めてきたよ。そいつリサ狙ってる。
なかなか楽しかったで。
まだ話は終わっとらん。俺が敵か味方もわからんやろが。それでもやるんか。
敵か味方かわからんのやったら殺した方がマシや。それがこの町の中国人の流儀やで。
and are trying to get better. The Greens already had the best backcourt in EuroLeague with superstar Kendrick Nunn and Final Four MVP Kostas Lukas, who's in this video. Was a hell of a backup, and then this summer they added Lorenzo Brown, the starting point guard for the Spanish national team, former EuroLeague MVP and two-time All-EuroLeague player. But when the rivals bringing in the game of guy, they announced that signing career lows in every statistical category, and unfortunately at 28 years old, he wasn't spoiled for NBA offers. He could have signed somewhere for a vet minimum had he waited out. The opportunity to reunite with the Lakers was a possibility, but with more money, stability, and a bigger role waiting for him overseas, he made the right decision to return to Europe. He could have signed with Real Madrid, but instead chose Panathinaikos, and the opportunity to play under coach Elgin Ataman, who Giannis Antetokounmpo described as one of the best coaches in the world, is something he couldn't pass up on. Still being in the prime of his career, Eddie Osman will have the chance to not only compete for titles at one of Europe's biggest clubs, but there's no reason why he can't become one of the best players in the continent. He has the experience, he has the skill, and is in the right place to do just that. Another Turkish international who found himself in a similar situation and ended up in the same place as Osman was seven-footer Omar Yurtseven, who started his pro career in Turkey playing with Fenerbahce back in 2015 at just 17 years old. Yurtseven actually became the youngest player to ever feature in an NBA preseason game, leading Fenerbahce to a shock win over the Brooklyn Nets with 8 points and 7 rebounds. He also famously scored 91 points, outscoring the opposing team in an under-18 game in Turkey. After this, Yurtseven was labeled a prodigy and left his home country to play college basketball at NC State. As a freshman, alongside number 1 recruit Dennis Smith Jr., scouts were paying close attention to Yurtseven. After an underwhelming year, he pulled out of the draft to return for sophomore season, and as he could see his numbers improve, but it wasn't enough to get drafted. So he redshirted his junior year and transferred to Georgetown, and with the Hoyas, Yurtseven became a standout college player. He averaged career highs in every category for the draft, and although he went undrafted, he did sign with the Thunder's G League team, and after putting up similar numbers as he did in college, he was scouted by the Miami Heat as a potential diamond in the rough. And as we've seen them do with so many undrafted players, Yurtseven developed into a contributor for the Heat. He featured in 56 games this season and even started some games, dropping 16 points and 15 boards in his first start. He also logged playing time in the 2023 NBA Finals, matching up against Nikola Jokic. Summer 2023, he signed a one-year deal with the Jazz. That didn't work out the way he hoped and he was waived by the team. This summer, Yurtseven did have a guaranteed contract offer from the New York Knicks, but said that it was an easy decision for him to join Panathinaikos, where like Osman, he'll make more money and have a bigger role. Omar Yurtseven has made it very clear that he came to Athens to win. He wants to help them win back-to-back EuroLeague titles, and at 25 years old with a unique unicorn-like skill set, the sky's the limit to what he can accomplish. He stole the show, dropping 22 points in his debut, and there's no reason he can't become one of the best bigs in EuroLeague and potentially return to the NBA further down the line. Arguably the most famous player on this list is former lottery pick Frank Ntilikina, who went viral back in 2017 when the Knicks drafted him over Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker, which led to this iconic Stephen A. Smith.
I love to see the Knicks get a point guard, somebody who's a threat, who scores the ball, who's poised, who doesn't fold under pressure, who put up points in the perimeter, and that's a championship pedigree. That's Fred VanVleet, not Frank Ntilikina, which is the primary reason why Phil Jackson is no longer an executive in International Basketball Association because that was his draft. And by the way, he could have passed up on Donovan Mitchell in order to get that dude. Don't get me started.
Always a standout defender, the opposing team's best player. This kept Ntilikina in the league for a few more years. He spent 2 seasons with the Mavericks and was briefly picked up by the Hornets last season before getting cut. But what was obvious for international fans all along was that Ntilikina was simply better suited for the FIFA game. Whenever he suited up for the French national team, he looked like a different player, and his performances for his country at major international tournaments was always something NBA teams would cling on to and hope would be able to translate to a breakout season in the NBA. Unfortunately, he was never able to piece it all together, at least offensively, and after 7 seasons and over 300 NBA games, his inevitable return to Europe finally materialized. After playing with France at the Olympics this summer, he signed a 1-year deal with Partizan Belgrade. They're one of the most intriguing EuroLeague teams at the moment. They're a massive club with a lot of history, a crazy fan base, who are doing everything as a club to try and become a European powerhouse again. Last season they made some massive signings, bringing in Bruno Caboclo, Frank Kaminsky, PJ Dozier, all guys with NBA experience. And this season has been more of the same. Ntilikina will play in a backcourt alongside Carlos Jones, the G-League MVP who famously dropped a triple-double against Team USA for South Sudan this summer. Along with other NBA signings we're going to talk about in this video. For Ntilikina though, it's unlikely he'll return to the NBA in the future, and it's hard to project what type of player he'll be in Europe right away. I'm willing to bet he's going to come in and be one of the best defensive guards in EuroLeague, and if Partizan are going to get the same player we saw for the French national team, who's won Olympic silver twice, then they're going to be a lot better this season than they were last year. Sticking with Partizan, another well-known player they brought in from the NBA was Serbian 7-footer Pokusevski, who before being labelled the NBA's next unicorn, made a name for himself in Europe at Olympiacos, becoming the youngest player in club history to ever play in EuroLeague. This feat, alongside his potential as a shooter and playmaker for his size, was enough to get him drafted in the first round by the OKC Thunder with the 17th pick. Pokusevski was the youngest player in the NBA and a long-term project for the Thunder, and he actually showed a lot of promise in his rookie season. In his first NBA start, he scored 23 points, grabbed 10 rebounds, and dished out 4 assists in one over the Grizzlies, becoming just the 3rd rookie in franchise history to ever record a double-double. He also became the youngest player in NBA history to have at least 20 points, 10 rebounds, and make 5 3-pointers in a game. But unfortunately, he never built upon his rookie season. His development stagnated. He was assigned back and forth from the G-League, and although he had his moments, becoming one of the youngest players to ever record a triple-double, he was never consistent enough to make that starting center position his own. It didn't help his case that the Thunder drafted Chet Holmgren in the 2022 NBA draft, who also fit the unicorn role in his own right. By 2024, the Thunder were competitive, they were the #1 seed, and Pokusevski wasn't where he needed to be to help them win. So he was included in a multiplayer trip to the Charlotte Hornets, where he played 18 games last season. There it was more of the same, he didn't improve, and he was cut by the team in the summer. And although he wanted to stay in the NBA, he didn't get the call. However, signing with Partizan and playing under the legendary Coach Joe might end up being the best thing that could ever happen to him. At At just 16 years old, he became the club's youngest debutant in Spain's Liga ACB. The following season, he became a first-team regular, and at 17 years old, he surpassed Luka Doncic as the club's youngest ever starter. He quickly made a name for himself in Europe too, averaging 3.9 points and 4 rebounds per game in EuroLeague, and he won the Rising Star Award after his 24-point, 12-rebound performance against Anadolu Efes in the EuroLeague playoffs. NBA teams started to take notice, and while representing the Spanish national team at the Tokyo Olympics, Garuba was drafted with the 23rd pick by the Houston Rockets. As a rookie, Garuba played just 24 NBA games and spent most of his time in the G League. As a 6'8", undersized small big without a jumper, he was very raw and unpolished and was seen as a project player, one that the Rockets were quick to give up on after just 2 seasons, as he averaged just 3 points and 4 rebounds as a sophomore. The fact that the Rockets already had Albert Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr. made him expendable, as they already had young talent in the front court. Summer 2023 was crazy. Garuba was involved in a multi-team trade that sent him to Atlanta. The Hawks quickly shipped him off to OKC, who then cut him immediately. Then finally, as an unrestricted free agent, Garuba joined the Warriors on a 2-way contract. Unfortunately, he couldn't break into the rotation, played just 6 games in Golden State, his contract wasn't extended, and at 22 years old, his NBA future was looking bleak. The 2024 Olympics were an opportunity for Garuba to showcase his abilities with the Spanish national team, and as one of the few NBA players on the roster, he was expected to have a big role. But the European champs crashed out in the group stages, and that opportunity was a missed one. And with no NBA offers on the table, the obvious next step for Garuba was to return to Europe. In an article with Eurohoops, he spoke about the dark side of the NBA, and how hard it is to make a name for yourself with such little playing time and bouncing from team to team. This summer, Garuba re-signed with Real Madrid, his hometown team where it all began. He returns older, more experienced, and will have a bigger role now than he did before the NBA. He admitted that he feels more valued in Europe than he did in the States, and that returning to the NBA really isn't a priority for him. Usman Garuba knows that the NBA isn't the end-all be-all, and now he has the opportunity to create a career for himself in Europe, competing for titles for the biggest club in the continent. Another French guard that was once destined for big things that ended up being on this list despite still being young is Theo Maledon. Back in 2019, there was a massive debate coming out of France about who the best young guard in the country was. Some people said Theo Maledon, others said Killian Hayes. The narrative changed on a year-by-year basis, and although Hayes was a lottery pick in the 2020 NBA draft, the year before that, Theo Maledon was considered the #1 guard prospect in the draft class, ahead of guys like LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton and Cole Anthony. Maledon made a name for himself with French club Asvel. He made the All-Star team as a teenager, as well as many other titles, such as the French League Championship and even the French Cup, where he was finals MVP after scoring a game-high 13 points in the final. Maledon was considered the best young French guard since Tony Parker. Had he been drafted in 2019, he'd have been a lottery pick. But despite playing 20 minutes a night in EuroLeague, Maledon's draft stock tanked, and he fell into the second round, where he was drafted by the 76ers and then traded to the Thunder, where he started his NBA career. For a second round pick, Maledon actually impressed his rookie season. He averaged 10.1 points and 3.5 assists starting in 49 of 65 games. However, as the Thunder improved and drafted better players, he saw less of a role in year 2, and at the end of the season he was traded to Houston, got cut by them, and then signed with the Charlotte Hornets on a 2-way deal. With LaMelo Ball's injury, Charlotte was a great opportunity for Maledon to make his mark and establish himself as a legit NBA point guard. Though he never made the most of this opportunity, he posted the worst numbers of his NBA career for the tanking Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets cut him. He was then picked up by Phoenix on a 2-way contract, but yet again wasn't able to maintain a roster spot. And after 4 NBA seasons with 3 different teams, Maledon's NBA career was over after averaging 7.8 points, 2.8 rebounds and 2.9 assists. Once upon a time, that would be good enough to be in the league as a backup point guard, but not in 2024 when the league is more talented than ever. Young players get less playing time than ever before, and if early in your career you're jumping from team to team, it's not going to be very long till you're out of the league. Theo Maledon, with no NBA offers, returned to where it all began in France. Rejoining Asvel, he'll get to play alongside the legendary Nando De Colo, and considering how good he was as a teenager, we can expect him to be even better now that he's older and more experienced. Next up on the list, we have one of the most known former NBA players on this list who played almost 450 NBA games. That's Stanley Johnson, a standout college player at Arizona who won Pac-12 Freshman of the Year as well as the Julius Erving Award, and he was drafted with the 8th pick in 2015 by the Detroit Pistons. Johnson was considered the best wing prospect in the 2015 draft class. He was described as a generational athlete that was even compared to Kawhi Leonard. Unfortunately though, he's remembered in the Motor City as one of Detroit's major draft busts, and it hurts even more for Pistons fans considering they picked him ahead of Devin Booker. Johnson just wasn't the same player at the NBA level as he was in college, and as you can see by the stats, he didn't improve despite receiving more playing time as he got older. Eventually the Pistons gave up on him, he was sent to New Orleans in a multi-team trade, played just 18 games with the Pelicans, but at this point Johnson was still young enough, and the Raptors, as one of the best development teams in the NBA, took a chance on him hoping to help him fulfill his full potential. Stanley got off to a dream start in Toronto, hitting this game winner against the 76ers.
They double team Johnson. Great handle to get out of it. Inside. Blocked. Johnson with a putback for the lead.
But not even the Raptors could get the best out of Stanley, and from then onwards it was a downward spiral. He was in and out of the NBA, briefly joined the Lakers, then Spurs. From 2022 onwards he spent most of his time in the G League, and after a long season with the Stockton Kings hoping to get a call-up, the call never came from Sacramento, and at 28 years old there wasn't a future in the NBA for Stanley Johnson, and that's why he signed with Anadolu Efes this summer. Life has been crazy for him in Istanbul so far. His house was targeted and shot at not too long after his arrival, but from a basketball
That one.
Fair.
Ash. Ash.
Ah. Fair.
Let's take a shot.
Ah. Hmm? Fair.
ソイさん。
せや。
いい
Mango, 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 mango.
Standpoint, he's joining a big club who've had a lot of success in recent years. FS are going through a bit of a rebuild after winning 2 EuroLeague championships in the early 2020s, and while coach Ataman and Vasily Micic are no longer there, he'll still get to play alongside superstar Shane Larkin while in Turkey, and FS will be hoping to re-establish themselves as the best team in the country. But this is a new opportunity for Stanley Johnson, a fresh start that he really needed, and while he won't fulfill his insane potential in the NBA, he has all the chance to do so in the world's second best basketball league. Turkish Hoops fans are gonna love this video because Frank Korkmaz is the third Turkish player on this list. He started out alongside Osman at Anadolu Efes, and after winning the Turkish Cup in 2015 he was selected by the Trust the Process Sixers with the 26th pick in 2016. He played another 2 years in Turkey, winning another 2 domestic cups before being bought out by the 76ers for €2 million. Korkmaz had to wait a long time for his NBA opportunity, and he famously went off for 40 points in Summer League but still didn't play his first game until 2018. He was unhappy with his situation, often sent back and forth from the G League, but by year 3 he was finally getting playing time and established himself as a key bench player in Philly. His best season came in the 2019-20 season. Korkmaz averaged 21 minutes a night, scored 9.8 points per game and shot a career best 40% from 3-point range. That season he had many moments. He went off for 31 points against Chicago, dropped a career high 34 against the Grizzlies, and even hit the game winner against the Blazers.
Horford will screen, he'll pop, ball comes in the corner, Korkmaz hits! With 4/10 of a second remaining.
Despite playing 7 seasons and over 300 games with the 76ers, and even starting in the 2021 Eastern Conference Finals, Korkmaz was often unhappy. He requested a trade away from the team twice, but learned the hard way that the grass isn't always greener elsewhere. After winning the G League Championship in Delaware, he eventually got his wish and was traded to the Pacers last summer. But after just 1 day in Indiana, he was cut from the team, and despite feeling like he had more to offer than he ever got the chance to in
Bro.
My kitties are poking through.
Philly, he quickly realised there wasn't much interest in his services, and he remained a free agent for many months before eventually packing his bags and returning to Europe this summer. In August, he signed a one-year deal with AS Monaco, where he'll play alongside the EuroLeague MVP Mike James, whose incredible story we talked about in this video right here. At Monaco, Korkmaz is a part of a massive project. The French club are desperate to win the EuroLeague for the first time in history, and Korkmaz will be hoping to help them accomplish that, as well as maintaining the club's recent domestic dominance in the French league. And although he probably wishes he was still in the NBA, the chance to win titles and compete in Europe while living in one of the world's best cities is a lifestyle many hoopers around the world would be more than happy to settle for. Next up on the list, we have a standout player from the famous South Sudan team who were robbed of a historic victory versus Team USA in London. That player is Wenyen Gabriel, who went undrafted out of Kentucky in 2018 and earned a roster spot the hard way at NBA Summer League for the season when
this winter.
Say goodbye to Slack.
They're now open to from the rest of Jimmy's time with the Heat combined, but
Hey, what's up? Make sure that you have all the rules that you're going to enable, and so that's something that is a purpose. We're going to do now is that we're mapping with the elements, the different. Do you want quality stream? And so here.
Hello. Henry Cavill is starring in.
Keep the themes. W.
Command over here. Just in case it already exists on your system and you're reinstalling, you can run this command, rm-rf, then var ww peertube, and then a star, just like that, to remove anything that might pop version, to download the latest version of peertube and put it in a directory that is appropriate for its name. This is a quiet wget command, so you won't see any prompts or loading things or anything on the screen, which uses the unzip command to unzip this into a directory. Once again, this is a quiet command with a -q version 3.1.0 directory. We're going to is only for self-signed certificates, which we're not going to be using today. So scrolling down more and more, there's different port, maybe that this prompt, and so I guess call it Denshi's test tube or something. I don't really know. So congratulations, you've successfully created your own PeerTube instance that is self-hosted. You can federate it, you can do everything. Thanks for watching this video. I've been Denshi. Goodbye. PeerTube is your own self-owned. Hi, I'm Denshi, and in today's by your own domain, which you should have if you're going to be doing this. You should have a domain, and you can watch your own videos. You can upload legality, or when people download a file, a user that has root privileges but does not have direct root access. The next thing we're going to want to do is install Node.js 12, which you can install by clicking on this button over here. Then just go to Node.js binary distributions. This will be linked in the description, so you don't have to do any of that. Scroll down all the way until you reach a section that says Node.js version 12.x, and go to the Debian section, because we are Debian, and copy paste these two commands and run it as root. So we're going to want to change to root just like that, and then run those two commands. And you don't have to do this access. The next thing we're going to want to do is install Node.js 12, which you can install by clicking on this button over here. Here, then just go. What you want to do is install Node.js 12, which you can install by clicking on this button over here. Then just go to Node.js binary distributions. This will be linked in the description, so you don't have to do any of that. Scroll down all the way until you reach a section that says Node.js version. 12.x and go to the Debian section because we are self-hosted. It means that you run it off either your own. Hi, I'm Denji, and in today's episode of my for this, you can essentially just copy paste the command and run it just like that, but I'm not going to do this because I already have all these dependencies installed in my system. Once you've installed all those dependencies, the two things you have to pay attention to are Redis and PostgreSQL. So these are two packages you'll be installing here, PostgreSQL and a Redis server. These I'm going to set the password to 1234 and 1234. That's just a very this version is 3.1.
So, accepting a registration.
Ah.
Do you know what causes dandruff? Itch?
Even dog.
Guimaras oil spill of 2006, and it's the worst of its kind in the Philippines' history. This is the Guimaras oil.
According to chemistry, probably go wrong. Next, BP.
can be
The island paradise of
and they eat from the sea. So tourism will be affected for a long period of time, and they won't be able to do any of that.
created floating boom.
on top of each other, right? I'll try to get
Oh. Bro.
何やって？
はい。
うん
逃げられると思っとったんか。おいこら覚悟せ。こっちや。逃がさへんで。
はい。
待ってや。寄ってきませんか。居酒屋。ほら寄っていきましょう。居酒屋。ね。
何やて？え？
おう。いや。
何やて？
は？
おお。
行くで。
ろ。待てっちゅうとんねん。
大人。
リさんはどうでした？
無事や。あいつは1発2発撃たれたとこで死ぬ弾やないな。ピンピンしとった。
そっか、よかった。でもそれじゃあの話も全部聞いたの？
ああ。長いことえらい目に遭うたんやなお前。いやけど
そう。
辛いこと思い出させたな。少しやけど俺もお前に似たとこがあるんや。俺は片っぽだけやが目が見えん。それだけやない。いつ死んでもおかしない場所で俺も長いこと監禁されとった。お前に比べたら天国みたいなもん。こんなん言うてもああああせやあ すぐ食うもんなんや、やっぱり腹減っとるんやないか。分かった。
あれは
おい、おい、ちょ待てや。うわっ。
はい。うん。はい。あ。
おい。
はい。ねえね
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございます。は？
へへへ。ああ。
は？
何やて？おい。何やて？
I'm a people man, everybody goes nowhere where that flows. I got 2 followers. I am someone. He's Batman. He's Batman. Hilarious. You're Batman. You're Batman right now. He's Batman. Batman. Really? Yeah, you're not stupid enough to be my friend. Yeah. Hey, that's so stupid. You're not that stupid to be my friend. That's stupid. My brother was saying that on my head, not my phone. Or the crazy person. Kaboom! I bring the boo!
An alternate all-time team for all 30 NBA franchises. The all-time LA Lakers will no longer feature Kobe Bryant and Magic Johnson. No, instead they've been replaced by Steve Nash and Dennis Rodman. The Celtics don't have Bill Russell or Larry Bird. May I interest you in Shaquille O'Neal and Dominique Wilkins instead?
I don't know about that.
I've taken every washed up and or weird legend to play for each franchise, put them in their prime, and created a super fun set of all-time teams. I started with the super washed up, very obvious players that you're thinking. Hakeem on the Raptors, Patrick Ewing on the Magic, Allen Iverson on the Pistons, and so on. That made up a nice bulk of each roster, and it's where my ideas started, but then I wanted to expand. So I looked at guys who maybe weren't completely washed, but seeing MJ and Dwight Howard on the Wizards, or Chris Paul and Carmelo Anthony on the Thunder, I mean, we can all agree that was and still is super weird, right? I then went on to sprinkle in some guys who were in their prime, but still just so out of place. Jimmy Butler on the Timberwolves, Charles Barkley on the Rockets, James Harden on the Sixers. In the end, my goal with these rosters was to make you, the viewer, stop at least once this video and say, wait, what? When you see a certain player on a certain team, and honestly, I think I succeeded. Oh, and I also added some current day legends who, well, let's just say they're each in contention to replace the Celtics Shaq meme.
Well, let's be nice.
Yeah.
Let's be nice.
Okay, and because I receive so many comments every time I make one of these videos, I am going to show you all 30 teams that I've built. I'm going to do it so quickly. If you want to pause and take a deeper look, feel free, but quick rapid fire, here we go. Our brand new alternate Philadelphia 76ers led by Dwight Howard, James Harden, Bob McAdoo, who always simulates so well, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, all up over 90 overall. And I'm already going to stop right here just to mention I did not limit players to one team only, so guys like Dwight Howard, James Harden, who have bounced around a lot, you're going to see their names. So the Milwaukee Bucks featuring Moses Malone, another name we're going to see. Dave Cowan's always so weird to see he played there. Gary Payton, yeah, one of the highlights of this video. The Chicago Bulls, no Michael Jordan here, but another legendary two-guard, Dwayne Wade, George Gervin, Robert Parrish, I always forget that, Nate Thurman, Pau Gasol making his second appearance, Ben Wallace, DPOY legend. Ben Wallace also makes his way onto the all-time Cavs with Shaquille O'Neal, one of his many stops, another Dwayne Wade, Walt Frazier, Derrick Rose, first time we're seeing him. Shaq is back once again, the all-time Celtics, Dominique Wilkins, yep, Bob McAdoo, another appearance. Here's Gary Payton again, Pistol Pete Maravich. Why are the Celtics still good in this timeline? The Clippers also featuring Dominique Wilkins, who bounced around so much to end his career. Paul Pierce, Chauncey Billups, Grant Hill, that's kind of a fun team. The Memphis Grizzlies are never in contention with their all-time team, but now they've got Allen Iverson, Vince Carter, Derrick Rose, Gilbert Arenas, probably not enough big men, but they could be feisty. Atlanta Hawks, another version of Vince Carter, get used to that. There's Tracy McGrady, the Cousins reunited, Dwight Howard, Howard, Sidney Moncrief. Yo, this team is for real. The all-time Miami Heat looking pretty weak. Gary Payton, Ray Allen, Penny Hardaway, Amari, Sean. Yeah, they don't look so great. The Charlotte Hornets, another team that never simulates well in these videos. Dwight Howard played there. I barely remember that. Tony Parker, Robert Parrish. That's a solid big three. The all-time Jazz look super weak on paper. Just 190 overall. Walt Bellamy. We've got ISO Joe Johnson, Spencer Haywood. I had to search hard wide to make this team. The all-time Sacramento Kings, legendary franchise who has won nothing ever. Vince Carter, Bob Cousy, JoJo White, a couple real OGs. Clyde Loveland, Rajon Rondo, sure. Okay, now we're about to enter a run of some legitimately great teams, and it kind of makes sense. The New York Knicks, a very historic franchise. Tracy McGrady, Jason Kidd, Chauncey Billups, Baron Davis. Maybe too many guards here. R.I.P. Dikembe Mutombo, Kemba Walker. Oh, the LA Lakers, like the Celtics, always going to be good. Karl Malone, Steve Nash, like the jersey on my wall. Carmelo Anthony, Gary Payton, Mitch Richmond. These dudes look so out of place. The Orlando Magic look alright too. Another Dominique Stop, Patrick Ewing, as mentioned in the intro, Mark Price, Gilbert Arenas, and Wallace again. The all-time Mavs, they're led by Dennis Rodman. I don't even know what to say about that, other than I don't have high expectations. What's up, Clay? Yo, the Brooklyn Nets, dude. Kevin Garnett, James Harden, and Bob McAdoo. That might low-key be the best big three. The all-time Nuggets look terrible. Russell Westbrook, yes, I'm putting Russ on there. He has not started his Nuggets career well. DeMarcus Cousins, Bobby Jones, Tim Hardaway. The all-time Pacers also look super weak. Chris Mullin, Adrian Dantley, another Tim Hardaway, not great. The all-time Pelicans, yeah, DeMarcus Cousins, Rondo, Isaiah Thomas. There just wasn't, there wasn't much here. Back to the powerhouse teams, the Detroit Pistons with Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, Derrick Rose, Bob McAdoo. Oh, it's over. The Pistons are gonna win it all. The Raptors, obviously inspired by Hakeem this entire video. Chauncey Billups, Jermaine O'Neal, Sean Marion. That's a pretty good defensive squad at least. The all-time Houston Rockets, also great. Scottie Pippen, Rick Barry, Chuck Barkley, Carmelo. That's a really good four. 95 plus overalls. That's impressive. The San Antonio Spurs, speaking of top-end talent, CP3, Moses Malone, Tracy McGrady. I think this is his last appearance. So many teams. Same with Dominique Wilkins and Dennis Rodman. They're everywhere. The Suns, we get our final Shaquille O'Neal, Vince Carter, dude, Jermaine O'Neal. The rest of the Suns look kind of weak. OKC, yeah, Chris Paul. Remember that one season? He was in OKC during the bubble. I remember that. Carmelo Anthony played a few games there. Patrick Ewing with the Sonics. Coming towards the end, we've got the Timberwolves with D. Rose, Jimmy Butler. Always weird. Remember when he yelled at everybody on the team? Chauncey Billups making another appearance. Brandon Roy. Carmelo Anthony. Remember when he played for the Trailblazers? Oh my word, the Trailblazers though looking kind of weak. Sean Kemp, maybe he can put in work. The final two teams, the all-time Warriors with JoJo White, Chris Webber, Jermaine O'Neal. I don't love this team. And finally, the all-time Washington Wizards, 99 Michael Jordan, Russell Westbrook, Dwight Howard, and Paul Pierce. I mean, that's a really good team. If you just, I know a lot of you always want to see all 30 teams. I did it. I don't know if I'll ever do it again. After all that, it's finally time for regular season and playoffs. Turns out our Eastern Conference was far better than the West, as showcased by the one seed with just 51 wins. CP3, T-Mac, and Moses were in the deadly. Melo, Malone, and Malloy Steve Nash powered the Lakers to a 20-32 record. Built up the stat sheet for the 46-35 Clippers. 19 a game total with the Lakers. Melo's best performance was 19-6-5 per game for the playoff-bound Blazers, while Vince Carter and Allen Iverson dragged Memphis to the show. Nice. That was, however, the only pure playoff appearance for a Vince Carter team. He was kind of struggling out. Although individually, he did average 20 a game alongside Shaq's 18-9 for Phoenix to at least make the play. Golden State, Dallas, and Utah, other three play-in teams with matching 40 and 42 records. Special shout out to Spencer Haywood of the Jazz, though. A bit of a forgotten legend. He averaged 22, 8, and 3. My guy's like the LeBron James of this universe, I guess. Fair enough. Missing everything in the West. Vince and the Kings, Melo and the Thunder, DeMarcus Cousins, Isaiah Thomas and the Pelicans, Russell Westbrook, even with some huge numbers for Denver, and finally Derrick Rose and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'd say the Kings out of that group missing out completely is the most shocking, although as mentioned earlier, they've never won anything, so we move on. In the East, Boston, as per usual, was dominant. Bob McAdoo, 16-7, coming off the bench. Dominique and Shaq both productive. They won 61 games. Our second version of Spencer Haywood averaged 17 and 7 for Washington. Along with Russ and MJ, the Wizards went 55 and 27. Also 55 and 27, James Harden, Bob McAdoo, and the 76ers. The Pistons went 52 and 30 thanks to 17 and 8 per game from Tracy McGrady, and also Bob McAdoo putting up 17 and 8. Okay, I'm sensing a trend here. Bob McAdoo equals success, winning, dominance, amazing. Nate Archibald and Dame Lillard were a deadly guard duo for the playoff-bound Bucks, while Cleveland also slipped in, led by 19 and 8 per game from Shaquille O'Neal, Gilbert Arenas and the Magic, Dwayne Wade and the Bulls, T-Mac, Vince Carter and the Hawks, along with James Harden, Kevin Garnett and the Nets are the play-in teams out east, while missing everything completely. Dwight Howard and the Hornets, Hakeem the Dream in Toronto, no! Tracy McGrady and the Knicks, Ray Allen and the Heat, and finally Chris Mullin and the Pacers. My main takeaway is that the Eastern Conference ended up being way better. I mean, that James Harden, Kevin Durant, Bob McAdoo team being a play-in squad, I don't know, the Nets, they could make some noise.
Yo, I wanted to give a very quick shout out to my sponsor, Underdog, for continuing to support my channel. Look, I know you've probably heard of Underdog by now, so I won't bore you, but if you want to play daily fantasy, get in on nightly or season-long drafts while watching the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, college football, college basketball, literally any sport, then sign up for Underdog using code JCAM. My link and more info is down below. My dog is too big for this.
Speaking of James Harden, he won MVP of our Wash timeline, albeit the 76er version of James averaging 17 and 9. Not sure who was listed as a rookie on this roster, but Connie Hawkins, shout out winning rookie of the year for the Hawks. Carmelo Anthony for the Rockets won 6th man of the year, makes sense. Dwight Howard for the Hornets, I think that I'm pretty sure they missed the playoffs, DPOY. And Shaquille O'Neal for the Cavs won clutch player of the year. All-NBA first team James Harden, Russell Westbrook despite missing the playoffs, Spencer Haywood, what a monster, another James Harden, and Kevin Garnett. How did they make the play-in? All-NBA second, we've got Dwight, Tracy McGrady on the Spurs, D. Wade on the Bulls, Chris Paul on the Spurs, and Rick Barry on the Rockets. All-NBA third team Vince Carter, DeMarcus Cousins, Gilbert Arenas, Russell Westbrook on the Wizards, Penny Hardaway on the Heat, and because I often see comments asking for all defensive teams, Dwight, Shaq, MJ, Scotty, Hakeem, second team Kirilenko, 2 versions of Shaq, Ben Wallace, I love it, and Moses Malone. Because every team is made up of legends playing a lot of balanced minutes. The numbers aren't high, but Spencer Haywood, the clear leader in points per game, Russ second, Vince Carter on the Suns third, T-Mac on the Knicks fourth, Shaq on the Cavs fifth, rebounds per game, DPOY, Dwight, look at DeMarcus for the Pels, nice, Shaq for the Suns up there, Andrew Bynum for the Pacers, amazing, Moses Malone rounding out the top 5, and in assists per game, mama, there goes that man, Mark Jackson, point guard, speaking of which, CP3 on the Spurs, James Harden on the Sixers, Russ, and Tracy McGrady all over this video. Speaking of that, advanced analytics, just very quickly, Spencer Haywood, the leader in game score by a mile, then Russ, but look at all the James Harden and T-Max, like they just dominate in these simulations, it's that simple. Eliminated from our league with the quickness, unfortunately, Spencer Haywood and the Jazz, the Golden State Warriors advanced to the playoffs, were left with Suns, Mavericks in our Western Conference play-in. Wow, the Mavericks, I did not think their roster was very good at all. Meanwhile, Phoenix, they've got Shaq and Vince Carter, just crazy top-end talent. Shaq is not on the floor. Dallas is probably done in this game. If the Suns find one more bucket here, it will be over. Jermaine O'Neal from the low post, who needs Shaq, right? Dude, look at Amari Stoudemire, 32 and 10. Nobody else really helping out. Dallas, they made it pretty, oh my goodness, in the Eastern Conference, Brooklyn eliminated. Dude, I thought they were so good. Orlando's off to the playoffs. We're left with the alternate washed-up Bulls against the washed-up Atlanta Hawks. Okay, Dwayne Wade versus Vince Carter, I think. Oh, try Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, Dwight Howard, Atlanta. They are insane. Yeah, little surprise they're in the play-in too, but they did handle business. D. Wade, George Gervin, and the Bulls. One last shot before the buzzer. Yeah, that personifies how this playing game went for them. Not great. And with that, we're cut down to 16 washed-up all-time teams remaining. Oh, these playoffs, man, they should be good. No chaos for Karl Malone, Steve Nash, and the Lakers, who downed Golden State with ease, makes sense. Likewise, sweeping in the East, Michael Jordan, Russ, and the Wizards, that one also makes sense. Joining shortly thereafter in the second round, Dominique Wilkins and the LA Clippers. Oh, we've got a battle of LA in round 2. That should be good. It took Shaq and the Celtics 6 games to beat the play-in Hawks. Interesting. They move on to face Iverson, T-Mac, Derrick Rose, and the Pistons. Dude, we have got some unbelievable matchups in store, but first we have 2 Game 7s, including the washed-up Cavs versus the washed-up Philly 76ers. Oh, we're under a minute left. Cleveland on their last legs. A chance to pull off an upset here. I think this is the 3 versus 6 series. D-Wade hopping to the rim. D-Wade, that was a nice move. I thought he should have kicked it. Cleveland has Walt Frazier, Sean Merritt. They have no shooting out here, but they don't need it. Walt Frazier, so easy gliding to the rim. Still no substitution for the Cavs. Jim Jackson makes another 2 free throws. All right, you got to shoot a 3 now, Cleveland. You have to. I wish coaching AI was a bit smart. What? Shaq? Why did he pump it up? And why did it work? Philly, are you kidding me, dude? Wait, they still have time. Kyle Lowry, full court heave. Wow. We're going to OT. To send Game 7 to OT, Shaquille O'Neal pass out of jump shot at the 3-point line to Sean Marion of all people. And now the Cavs are in control of this game late with a 2-point lead. Well, really, you just have to play defense once or twice. So yeah, D-Wade going to the rim. Now Dwight is playing defense. They can't grab board though. Andrew Bynum just got rejected and Kyle Lowry keeps it in bounds. Now that was good defense, Philly. How could you not do that? At the end of regulation, kicks it out, does Jim Jackson. Kyle Lowry misses the big shot, but Jim's on the glass. Old man Bailey Howell going to work. Mid-range post fade, he bricks it as well. Shaq grabs 4. And that was finally it. The all-time 76ers go down swinging, but lose in OT. MVP James Harden, 22 and 14, but subbed out in overtime. That was a crazy finish to our first Game 7. Our second is the 4-5 matchup in the West. The Trailblazers versus Rockets. Makes sense this would go the distance. What doesn't make sense, however, Portland being the 5 seed and forcing a Game 7. They had Carmelo Anthony and not much else. They got spanked. Wow, what in the world? All the legendary talent on the all-time washed-up Rockets. It's John Wall with 39 and 5. First round of our playoff sim complete. We've got the 1, 2, 3, 4 seed from the West, the 1, 2, 4, 6 from the East. That's right, Cleveland causing some chaos. Oh, look at Tracy McGrady threw around 24 points a game. 9 assists for the Spurs. T-Mac coming to finally grab a ring, but he's going to have to get through that impressive John Wall-led all-time Houston Rockets team featuring 6th Man of the Year Melo. Oh boy, looks like the Spurs. T-Mac, yeah, they're having no problem. Up 3-1. They're not going to choke. Right? Nope, I can't even reverse jinx a choke. But first, we've got a pair of 3-2 series in the East with Boston leading the Pistons, Washington leading the Cavs. Michael Jordan getting a good simulation on 2K25. This might be the first time I've seen it for the Wizards. Yep, that's a win for the They force a Game 7. We're due for 1 Game 7. Shaq and the Celtics. We might have an all-Shaq Eastern Conference Finals, but this Pistons team is insane. Can they force a Game 7? They're on their home court down too late. I'm not going to continually complain about 2K's coaching. The Celtics, wow, okay, Blake Griffin, good shot. No Shaq on the floor for Boston. T-Mac pulling. That was kind of a good look, okay? If Boston doesn't want to play Shaq or any of their best players in the clutch dominate, then so be it. Oh, Artis Gilmore just swatted T-Mac. Artis Gilmore and Blake are telling me to shut up right now. Bob McAdoo for the Celtics? No, it's a battle of Bob McAdoo's. Bob McAdoo wins. Detroit is hanging on for dear life. They can't have another empty possession here. They simply cannot. T-Mac shoots every time he touches the ball in this game, and it kind of works out a lot of the time. You know what? Gary Payton's pretty good. So is Stephon Marbury. That could have been the dagger. He missed it. Oh my. If Detroit goes quickly, they can get a 2-for-1. Alvin Robertson. T-Mac, you have no conscience. Tracy McGrady has... he pulled from... Who does he think he is? It's ridiculous. I feel like I always joke about T-Mac taking every shot when I make these videos, but it's literally like 2K programmed his 13 seconds, 13 points in 33 seconds into his player model. Chauncey Billups misses. They get another chance, though. Shaq finally on the court. I better pay attention to what happens here. Chauncey was going for the win with that 3. Now they're going inside to Shaq. Crazy double team. No! Detroit's out of timeouts. Push the ball up court, man. Derrick Rose, go. You're so fast. Derrick pulls up. That's kind of a good look, but he misses. No. I was pulling for the Pistons. Why did you leave Chauncey Billups? Will we get a washed-up Shaq versus washed-up Shaq East Finals, or can MJ Russ and the boys take care of business in Washington? Wow, they can. I mean, I'm a bit surprised. They were down kind of big early, but they flipped the script. I bet it was Cleveland's lack of shooting that caught up with them. Darren Williams, Isaiah Thomas, I knew they had shooters out there, but probably not enough. And would you look at that? It's the 1 and 2 seed from each respective conference, which is predictable, but like, it just shows I made a pretty good roster, man. A pretty accurately simulating roster. Good job, 2K, I suppose. But our Eastern Conference Finals is set. The all-time washed-up Wizards featuring MJ, Russ, Pierce, and Haywood taking on Shaq, Dominique, Pistol Pete, Chauncey, and the washed-up Celtics. All in the West, it's the all-time Lakers. They've got my boy Steve Nash coming off the bench. Okay, Mitch Richmond, Karl Malone against the all-time Spurs with Moses, Dominique, T-Mac, CP3. What is that team? Oh my, what, dude, I said, what is that team? Like, as in, why is that team so filthy good? They're about to get swept, are the Spurs. Oh, it's over. Making the West Finals in this timeline is no joke, but like the Brooklyn Nets earlier, I am shocked to see this Spurs team go out sad. I mean, they had a lot of balance, a starting 5 plus a 6th man. That's crazy. Meanwhile, in the East, I mean, I might as well just sit this. Unless we get a 3-1 comeback here, I think the Celtics are done. And honestly, if the Celtics lose, America wins. Unfortunately, America loses because Karl Malone was the West Finals MVP, 20 and 8. Those are pretty good numbers. In the East, Paul Pierce, unbelievable, beating the Celtics. It's very fitting. And at the end of the day, all-time Lakers versus all-time Wizards, much better than Lakers Celtics. We've seen that enough times IRL. Let me know right now in the comment section quickly, right, who you think wins this finals. You've got like 5 seconds. My boy Steve back in the starting lineup. It might be over. That might be the move for the Lakers. Oh no, the Wizards take game 2 and they're on the road? Question mark? No, I lied. The Wizards, of course, the Eastern Conference was better, so they do have home court advantage over the sad 6th place LA Lakers. Oh no, but back in LA, it's so Jover, man. The Lakers, they can't get a win. Steve Nash, Karl Malone. Oh, that's why. I built a team of finals losers. Carmelo Anthony, nobody on this team has a ring, of course. What was I thinking? A team of perennial losers, with all due respect, up against 6-0 Michael Jordan. I mean, his powers are too strong, not to mention Paul Pierce. I mean, Paul only won 1 ring, but, you know, that one time he you know what, he needs to be carried off in a wheelchair, and he still shows his face. That's the kind of mental fortitude that only a champion has. I'm gonna stop talking right now. I built 30 alternate, washed-up all-time teams on NBA 2K25, and the Washington Wizards walk-away champs. Russell Westbrook, one of a few teams he appeared on, 17 points, 11 assists per game. He finally wins a ring. The Wizards roster, as I mentioned in the beginning of the video, definitely one of the strongest. This wasn't a shock to see, but anytime Washington wins, I mean, it deserves to be celebrated. It doesn't happen often. Let me know if that shocked you down below after I show you all the rosters. Did you think the all-time washed-up Wizards would do it? Just for fun, I ran back our season sim. Michael Jordan this time won MVP for the Wizards. Once again, Spencer Haywood on the Jazz made first-team All-NBA. The LA Clippers finished 62-20 with the best record in the league, just ahead of MJ and the Wiz. The Clippers, however, choked in the first round. What in the world? Washington choked in the second round, meaning we were getting a new champ, and it was the Lakers' shot at revenge against, of course, the all-time Celtics. But Karl Malone, Steve Nash, and the Lakers go 0-2 in the video. It was the Celtics. But in the true canon of this video, the Celtics sim doesn't count. Only the Wizards are champs. Let me know down below if you enjoyed this video. It took me forever to build this roster. I had a lot of fun with it. Check out another video from here on my channel.
4-time NBA champion Shaquille O'Neal is one of the most dominant big men in NBA history. But today, we're going to see if Victor Wembanyama can fill his shoes and live up to the hype. And in time, we'll see Wemby pair up with other legendary players as he goes from team to team just as Shaq did. But for now, it all begins with his rookie season as a member of the Orlando Magic, where he would have little to no issue adjusting to the 90s NBA. While Shaq was known as a dominant interior scorer with a shaky jumper, put it nicely, Wemby is the complete opposite, preferring to work from the perimeter instead, eventually stepping into Shaq's shoes nicely, averaging a strong 17 points per game. And when you combine that with his work on the defensive end, it's not surprising that already he's adding to his trophy case just as Shaq did, starting off his NBA career with the Rookie of the Year award. He is off to a very good start in Shaq's shoes. But if you thought Wemby could easily replace an all-time great and immediately take over the league, you're completely mistaken. Because while he'd help the Magic make it into the playoffs, a feat that not even Shaq could do, he would be welcomed to the postseason by none other than Michael Jordan, who needs no further introduction. Wemby has the potential to become an all-time great and might be the future of the league. But right now as a rookie, he's nowhere close to outdueling Eric Jordan. Would send him home easily with a sweep. That's really not surprising at all. And with MJ going all the way to win the championship and immediately retiring, it's clear that Wemby has a long way to go to catch up to his legacy. But as far as catching up to Shaq goes, he would get one step closer in season number 2. All starting with the fact that he's getting some help with the arrival of Penny Hardaway, an elite rookie point guard with the potential to be an all-time great. Which ultimately means that Wemby has now stepped into the first of 4 iconic duos that Shaq was a part of during his playing career. And while Penny Hardaway's really good, eventually it'll get even better. But while we're on the topic, we have to talk about Wemby himself, as he's averaging 24 points compared to last year's 17, as well as 13 points per game. And when you combine it with his improving inside game despite his thin frame, what you get is a 60-win season for the Magic, finishing as a 1 seed. And with Michael Jordan retired from basketball during this season, as well as the media hyping up the Magic as the Eastern Conference favorites, the stage is set right now for Wemby to go potentially all the way. So with the basketball world watching, Wemby would not disappoint, defeating the Nets in the first round and the Hawks in the second to make it to his first conference finals. But his run of dominance wouldn't end there, and if anything, it would be ramped up, as he would storm into Charlotte and quickly take a 3-2 lead, now giving him the chance to make history the following game. He's 1 game away from making the finals, and he's only in his 2nd season. And to keep it short, Wemby would continue to dominate in Game 6, all summed up by 1 final possession, with the Magic up 2 with less than 30 seconds left. Orlando's got to hold on to the lead for 30 more seconds, and they're moving on to the finals. They're about to throw it down into the post. Here we go. Wemby being tested on defense. Alonzo Mourning. Blocked by Wemby. And that last defensive play would be the dagger in the Hornets season and the start of Wemby's first ever appearance in the NBA Finals, coincidentally making it at the exact same time as Shaq did in real life. But just like their play styles, where their stories go from this point onwards are completely different. As while Shaq would eventually lose in the finals, Wemby would continue where he left off in the previous round, holding on to that momentum to take over the finals against the Portland Trail Blazers, taking not 1, not 2, not 3, but the first 4 straight games of the series, securing his first NBA championship with a sweep, feat that not even Shaq was able to accomplish. To top it all off, there's still plenty of other Hall of Famers for him to team up with later, especially one in Los Angeles. But while it seems like Wemby's on the come up and that it'll only get easier from here, the 1995 season would throw even more challenges onto the table.
Michael Jordan announced today that he's officially returning to the NBA. Nobody knows his true motivations, but some NBA experts feel it has to do with the newly crowned NBA champion Orlando Magic and their young phenom, Victor Wembanyama.
Which obviously will hurt Wemby's chances to repeat as champion. But on the flip side, it seems like he's not worried at all.
It just felt funny how I really don't care.
Which could potentially be a take that ages poorly, since it seems like the Bulls haven't missed a beat since For now, let's focus on Wemby's trip in Shaq's shoes, as he's putting up a Shaq-like stat line of 26 points and 14 rebounds. All topped off with the Defensive Player of the Year award, the first in his career. But while the Magic would win 64 games compared to last year's 60, they would actually go down in seeding to the second. You guessed it, Jordan's Bulls at the top of the conference with 66 points, perfectly setting us up for a matchup between the two in the conference finals. We're going to see if that championship last year was real or not. And just as a reminder, during Wemby's rookie season, his first playoff appearance ended at the hands of Jordan and the Bulls. But there is a case to be made that the loss he took back then drove him to win the NBA title last year. And for now, that theory would seem to be pretty true, as Wemby would not only match but surpass Jordan's production in the first 2 games, ultimately resulting in the Magic taking a 3-1 lead over the Bulls. But this series is far from over, and there's no way Jordan would just fall flat. He would take the next 2, bouncing back to force Game 7. But while it may seem like Jordan would have the upper hand based off experience alone, it would be the opposite. Wemby would dominate one last time, eliminating the Bulls to move on to the finals. Wemby has successfully taken down the face of the NBA, and of course the media is going wild. But the very next day, Jordan would be in the gym, because So while he's lost now, it's definitely not the last we'll see from him. In the meantime, though, Wemby would make it to the finals where he'd have to take down the Suns, ironically led by Charles Barkley, while Jordan was still working. And eventually, Wemby would defeat Charles to win his second title and finals MVP in only season 3, while Jordan was getting ready for his match. Wemby's replacing Shaq's spot in history, but so far it seems like he's on his way to surpassing him. Everything's set up for him to dominate the league for the next 2 decades. But you can be sure that there's someone working out in Chicago with a plan to prevent that all from happening. We'll see how that works out for Wemby as we prepare to enter the 1996 season. But before we do that, it's worth mentioning that he'll be leaving Orlando after this season just as Shaq did, to form possibly the most iconic duo ever out in Los Angeles. With all that being said, Wemby's last season with the team would get off to an uncharacteristically shaky start, actually going down statistically in both points and rebounds, while the man he just eliminated, Michael Jordan, would have his best season yet, leading the Bulls to 73 wins, en route to winning the MVP award. Which obviously should be to the surprise of nobody. It's Michael Jordan. Which would make them the easy favorites over Orlando when the two eventually met up for a rematch in the Eastern Conference Finals, despite Wemby leading the Magic to a win last year. The two have only met up twice so far with a 1-1 record for each, but coincidentally whoever's won has always gone all the way to win the title. But of course, someone has to break the tie here. Wemby's trying to fill into Shaq's shoes and prove that his playstyle is the future, while Jordan is still trying to show the world that he's #1. A trip to the finals is on the line and both have their own personal stakes. But in the end, it would be Wemby who would fall short to MJ, who's coming back for revenge, destroying the Magic easily with a 4-1 victory. Wemby was able to bring 2 titles to Orlando while Shaq couldn't even get one. But no matter how good he is, he's not good as Jordan just yet. And to top it all off, if Wemby wants to get his revenge, he'll have to do it on a completely different team. Because just as Shaq did, he's heading to sunny Los Angeles for the 1997 season, now donning the purple and gold as a member of the Lakers. And while yes, the fame is nice and there are perks for playing for the most popular sports team ever, the main draw on this team would be a rookie shooting guard by the name of Kobe Bryant, a freak athlete with a legendary work ethic. But while the success that he and Shaq had in real life is well documented, what people don't know is for Kobe's first 2 seasons, he'd have to come off the bench. Which means Wemby would see the same fate as Shaq did in real life. He'd be good for highlight after highlight, but the Lakers as a team would be pretty unspectacular. But the 1998 season would be much more interesting. Fortunately for him though, the spotlight wouldn't necessarily be on him alone, as this would be Jordan's last run with the Bulls, a team and player who's been the main roadblock in Wemby's journey. But before we see if the two match up one last time, let's check in on Wemby himself, who's now back to dominating, adding a brand new skill to his game with some elite passing, setting up a much improved Kobe nicely, ultimately finishing with averages of 30 points, 11 boards, and 6 assists. When you combine that with plenty of steals and blocks, in the end what you get is his first MVP award. I would not be surprised if we saw him rattle off 3 or 4 MVPs by the time he's done. And while we're on the topic, Shaq only finished with 1 MVP during his career, meaning that Wemby's got plenty of time to pass him up there in the future. But the main award that we're looking at are the championships. Now leading us into the second round of the playoffs, where Wemby would have to face the Houston Rockets, who are led by one of Shaq's rivals, Hakeem Olajuwon, a dominant center who defeated Shaq in the finals in real life, which would ultimately explain a lot. Wemby would take the first 2 games of the series, but Hakeem would take the next 3, pushing Wemby to his limit and the brink of elimination, just for him to strike back to Game 7. The 2 most iconic centers of the 90s are going at it in a win-or-go-home situation. But if Wemby were to literally continue in Shaq's shoes, he would wind up losing just as Shaq did. But while he's in his shoes, it doesn't mean that he has to meet the same fate. Hakeem is a few years late to meet Wemby, making him a few years older, which would ultimately be all the difference. Wemby would hold on to a late lead in the final minute of Game 7, and after one last exclamation point, Wemby coming off a screen, being guarded by Charles Barkley, the pump fake, driving to the basket, the step back, it's good. He'd have all the momentum to move on to the finals, where he'd have to play the Bulls one last time. This matchup might even be more important than any other before, as MJ is sitting at 5 championships, which means Wemby has a chance to prevent him from winning number 6 and put him lower on the GOAT conversation than in real life. But with the face of the NBA on the other side, it wouldn't come easily at all, as Jordan would be constantly motivated by Wemby's comments about him earlier.
It just felt, it just felt funny how I really don't care.
As well as the media crowning him the face of the league too early. So while the Lakers and the Bulls would split the first 2 games of the series with both MJ and Wemby putting up elite performances, Jordan would take the next 2, now taking a 3-1 lead. To this point in NBA history, no player's ever come back from such a deficit in the finals, but with a player as good as Wemby, and the fact that they have Kobe, who's still not really in his prime but a good player anyway, the Lakers have a fighting chance. All depending on the performance of the league MVP. So with his back against the wall, he would take Game 5 to make it a 3-2 series. And now with a chance to force Game 6, on the road, with his legacy on the line, Wemby would go out and run out of gas.
Won their 6th NBA championship.
Wemby had his moments, but Jordan's winning his 6th championship in the end, and if Wemby doesn't one day surpass that number, there's no chance that he could enter the conversation for the greatest player of all time. But before he worries about MJ, he has to worry about Shaq, as the 1999 season would be an opportunity to set the stage for what's to come. As shown before, Shaq has 4 titles in real life, but if we match his years played to Wemby, he has 0 to this point, meaning that Victor is not only ahead of Shaq, but also entering Shaq's championship and prime years. We could be seeing a lot of success from Wemby, all starting with the turn of the century, where Wemby's co-star has officially arrived.
Crazy Razor.
おい。
いえ。
せや。
ええ。
いや。せや。おい。
はい。
町長。
ああ。
違いますよ。いや。はあ。
何やて？いや。せや。
いや。
はいな。いらっしゃい。せや。 支配人、すみません、よろしく。
な？
ホールのお客様が。
どんな客や？
どうも日本人じゃないようです。支配人。
すぐ行く。
ご案内。もっと行って。支配人、こちらです。お、行って。お、どうかしました？支配人、こちらのお客様です。
お呼びでしょうか？
ああ、
じゃん。
グランといいお店。
おい、ここはもうええ。俺がこのお客様の相手する。昼は。
ああ、いいよ、もう。こっちの方が人数多かったし。
おい、酔っ払っ。
なあ、
伝言？
大丈夫。ああ、お店出たらあなた自分の家に。
いや、
ああ、好都合ね。リさん、あなたが
俺のねぐらを突き止めたいっちゅうわけか。
私、
そうか、分かった。あんたはこのまま好きなだけ飲んでいけや。
本当？いいの？はあ、さすが太っ腹ね。支配人さん、私あなた大好きよ。
真島やっぱグランドの支配人。
ゆうべ？
わしらんことはどうでもええんや。
お前らなんであの子が狙われとんのか、これでやっとわかる思うてな。
なめとんのか。ゆうべはもうわしらもなりふり構ってられんのや。国土をなめとったらあかんでくれ。
でまだよ
どんだけごついねん。なんだ
逃げんなよ。こっちも聞きたい。
店の前で何やって
佐川
なんかトラブルか？らしくねえな。お前さんが店の
別に。
なら店をほったらかしてどこへ行く気だ？
まだよ。
へえ。けど昨べお前
今探しとる途中や。
まあな。見つかっちまえばあとは殺すだけだもんな。でも早い。
ならもうええでっか。無駄話しとる暇ないんで。
無駄話ってことはねえだろ。こいつはほうれん草だ。
せやったら報告とれ。
相談は
あんたに相談するくらいやったら電柱にでもしとくわ。
はあ。
とりあえず財布出そうか。
後悔すなや。
アホやった。すみません。
ちょっと
リーか。
あ
あれから怪我の具合はどうや。
あそ
Driving it. Where is this? Outline. Hurrah!
as one of the greatest NBA coaches in history, with 5 rings, 3 Coach of the Year awards, and a whopping 22 straight years of making the playoffs. Many wonder how a simple assistant coach with literally no professional experience would end up humiliating every team in the NBA for almost 3 decades. Well, it all comes down to one special tactic that allowed him to achieve the most wins in NBA history. And to find out how he became such a legendary coach, we have to go back to when Popovich wasn't coaching basketball, but was instead in the Air Force.
Greg Popovich is a leader for all of us.
Because he believes in what's right for the game of basketball.
Unlike many of the greatest coaches, basketball wasn't always Greg Popovich's main focus. After high school, he enrolled at the United States Air Force Academy, where he played basketball for 4 years and was even the team's leading scorer. And then he would go and serve 5 years of active duty, including a stint in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. perspective that would later influence his basketball coaching style way ahead of other NBA stars, and this would also give him an unfair advantage. Now, after leaving the Air Force, Popovich's coaching career would begin to take shape. He would first be an assistant basketball coach at the Air Force, but in 1979 he got his head coaching big break at the Pomoto Pizza Sagehens. And to answer your next question, a sagehen is the largest grouse in North America, and does look a little freaky. But a more interesting point is that during this coaching tenure, he met and became great friends with one Larry Brown at the University of Kansas. In fact, Popovich would take off the 1985-1986 season just to learn from his mentor on the bench. This partnership and relationship would prove crucial to Popovich's development as a coach, and most notably would be relevant in about 20 years' time from this moment. But how did a college assistant coach go to the NBA and become a head coach, especially as he had no goals to gain the necessary experience? The turning point came in 1988 when Larry Brown won the college championship and then became head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. He invited Popovich along as an assistant, giving him his first taste of a job in the NBA. Now, his tactical mind and ability to connect with players really quickly made an impression. But there's a long way to go from assistant to dynasty maker, and he would actually have to get dirty in order to seize this opportunity. But how would he control his own destiny to achieve his hidden goals and so quickly create a winning culture that would reverberate around the entire world? Now, everyone knows Popovich is the longest tenured NBA coach at 28 years with one team. And perhaps a lot of you also know that his journey began with the Spurs as the head coach in 1996. But when he took that job, he could have predicted the unprecedented era of generational success that was about to unfold. Here's the thing, he was actually booed and had a decade of notoriety for how he became coach in the first place because he had none of the qualifications. The current godly coaching aura he has didn't begin until much later. In addition to that, even to this day, he has been known by some as a media bully, whose responses go between rude and funny. However, behind the scenes and in reality, Popovich is loved by players across the league. And he also knows how to crack a smile despite his outward appearances. Coach can be pretty funny.
Let's go.
Yes, Jimmy.
That's what we do, Coach Pop.
So how do we go from 1988 to 1996? As far as this is...
Okay, we got this. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Back to San Antonio through an offer he could not refuse. Not becoming head coach, but becoming the general manager for the organization in 1994. Qualified? Not to many observers in the NBA, but to the new owner? Definitely. The reason for his hire lies in this. Popovich's unique blend of basketball knowledge, leadership skills, and intelligent strategic thinking. He had a vision for the Spurs that were beyond just winning games here and there. It was about building a culture of excellence and teamwork that would stand the test of time. As he was given the general manager position, the Spurs signed coach Rob Hill in 1994. While it does seem like Popovich is stumbling upwards, at this point in time, something very interesting started to happen to his aspirations. Hill had an impressive start as head coach, guiding the Spurs to a 62-win season, followed by a 59-win season in his second year in 95-96. According to Hill, in the first season, Popovich would mostly sit in his office and be largely detached from the team. But then he said, the start of the second year, he started to get a little bit more nosy, getting involved and making comments about this or that. However, an injury to their best player, David Robinson, led the team to begin the third season under Hill with a 3-win, 15-loss record. And from the outside, just like that, Greg Popovich would become Pop, his beloved nickname for almost 30 years. Hill was fired. After the game, Popovich gets on the bus, tells the team that he would now be the coach, and they drove to the airport. Hill later said that he always wanted to be coach. That was the first time that we stumbled, or whatever you want to call it. It was the first time since I had been there. He just seized the opportunity to take over the team. However, these things are best said from a player perspective. The legendary aging star Dominic Wilkins said about Pop, he had the team's respect even before he became head coach. Being the GM of that team, he commanded respect. That wasn't an issue if the players were going to respect him or not, or adapt to him. He held people accountable, and that's one of the things you saw right off. He didn't accept guys loafing, being lazy out there on the floor. He wanted you to play at a high level all the time. His whole thing was just get out there, work hard. Ultimately, Popovich didn't want to be the general manager, bring in the players, but not be able to construct the building to complete his vision. He had that natural internal coaching desire to teach and actually have teams play in a way that he thought would be the best way to win. But what was so different from Popovich to Hill? How did he actually have everyone within the Spurs organization not revolt, buy in, and find the joy in playing for him as their new leader? While the players love scoring and using Coach Hill's offensive prowess and strategies, Pop stressed the defensive end and being accountable. This was sort of like his mentor Larry Brown, except Popovich would approach the playbook very much like a teacher and also like a military leader. Only after the team had fully mastered, say, 5 plays, would he put in the 6th. Once you've mastered that, now we can do a 7. He simplified the game and focused on the joy of playing as a team for each other. And that was very important because for the rest of that season, the Spurs were completely decimated by injuries, and so Coach Popovich's defensive system was designed to work no matter who was in the game. And it had to because you never really knew who was going to be in the game. But the lack of talent due to Robinson being out, along with many others, was simply too much for the Spurs, who would win only 20 games, which means in a poetic twist, instead of winning 62, they lost 62. Now, as a reminder, this would be the only time that would happen for the next 20 years. The Spurs would either win 50 games at minimum or maintain that 60% win rate during shortened season, every single regular season. So how would Popovich turn this around? How would you go from one 20-win season and have that be the only experience you need to become a legend? Well, when your team performs that badly, you tend to get the first pick in the draft, and therefore you get to take generational college talent in Tim Duncan, a quiet but dominant power forward to pair with David Robinson, nicknamed the Twin Towers. Now, he started by fusing their talents in their first season together, two generational big men who could easily clash if they managed properly. Imagine having Michael Jordan and Brian Hudson team. So instead, Popovich created an environment where their skills complemented each other perfectly. And when I say this approach quickly yielded results, that is meant very literally. They made the Western Conference semifinals only to lose to the legendary Jazz team. That would, of course, go on to lose to Michael Jordan and the Bulls. Now you're thinking, okay, well, like most title-winning teams, you need another season, right? Get to the conference finals again, maybe keep working out the kinks. You really didn't. Now, while they weren't very high on the table, in fact, they were near the bottom in terms of offense, the defense, it was incredible with Robinson and Duncan and ranked first in the league. Now, this balance of elite defense and efficient offense became a hallmark of Popovich's team. But as he went on coaching throughout the years, that offense would become better and better. It's rarely that you see such a balance of defense and offense. And so this 99 season...
Stallions. To my heart. That's crazy. Hi. Dance. Oh my god, it's dance! Oh, bro. Nah. Davenport? But that. Super Sigma. So cold!
Wing for the CP. Okay? So anyway, don't worry, there's a recording. Okay. So let's continue. Where was I? Yeah, so that's what happened in the G1, okay? So next one.
Arts. Let's hit you with the dark. Is the child? Continue the chapter. Bye bye.